Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Tehran. Welcome to Women's World Championship. Today we have game one of round three, 16 players left. Still some matches in which we kind of have a clear favorite, but with each round passing, of course, it gets tougher and tougher. Yeah, the opponents for each player getting tougher and tougher. So I expect a lot of fight today and do not expect contrary, those opening catastrophes we had in round one, round two. To begin with, who are the players who made it to round three? Zhu Wenjun and Olga Gira. Olga Gira, to remind you, played the least number of games, only 2 games in round two against Anastasia Bodnaruk, and she won both of them. Zhu Wenjun had relatively easy tournament, winning 2-0 against Nancy Lane and then 1.5 against half a point with Zhu Cheng. Was quite an easy match for her. Then we have Vietnamese, who is perhaps the biggest surprise of the tournament, Pham Le Thao, facing Anna Muzichuk. So Vietnamese lady brought already a couple of surprises. First she knocked out whom it was, Java. And then in the next round she was stronger than Goryachkina. All right, Kostyniuk plays with Kramling. Those don't really need an introduction. Dzagnidze, after a somewhat shaky start against Mona Khaled, faces Sheng Yan. Quite an interesting match. And Dzagnidze better has to start playing well, because Sheng Yan is a very serious opponent, of course. Then Pogonina plays with one of surprises of this championship, Ni Shikun, young Chinese, who knocked out Valentina Gunina with 2-0. Antoanetta Stefanova faces Nino Hurtsidze. Hurtsidze does a good job so far, knocking out Zhukova and then her compatriot Batsiashvili. And pair number 8, Tan Zhongyi against Ruth Padmini. And Ruth Padmini, it's her debut at Knockout Championships, and she does very well so far. Well, she won against Zhao Xu on a tiebreak yesterday. Right, let me start with the games. As we see Tan Zhongyi and Ruth Padmini, let's check what they are playing. And once again, as it's day one of the round, so first game of the round, usually players try to be more solid. They try to play with accuracy. They don't like to burn the bridges normally. So, in the second game, when you are in a must-win situation, of course you have to push, but here, game one, usually they try to play carefully. Right, Tan Zhongyi against Ruth Padmini, so d4, d5, c4, e6. Well, quite interesting. I think those who did not play a tiebreak yesterday, they spent this free day, a rest day, in preparation. So we might see some opening surprises. Not here, though. I believe knight f6, knight c3, c5. Semi-Tarrasch. So-called semi-Tarrasch. And, what are the options for white? You can take, after which Black actually can take with the pawn. There is nothing wrong. You can take on d4. That's another option. But the main line, which actually would lead to semi-Tarrasch, is capture with the knight. After which, the most tempting, the most principal move would be e4. Knight takes, pawn takes. Takes here. Black develops with a check pretty quickly, takes on d2 and castles. And we've seen this being played by Batsiashvili in this tournament, and to name, Kramnik used to play that, some other top players in the world used to play that with Black. Quite a solid setup, has to be said. You don't really have that much of a winning chance with black. But as I said, for game one, it's about a perfect choice. You want to stay solid. If white overpushes, then you might get your chance. Spare options for white. You can take and play e3 after knight d5. Well, black can take d4, and now you can have this position from many lines, actually. It's just a queen's isolated pawn position, I mean, the structure, right? It's not that important how many tempi sides have. Right, then white can play e3. And this is quite interesting. Black usually would go knight c6, and then white has a choice. White can take d5. This time knight d5 is still possible, but want to talk more about pawn takes. Bishop b5, then castles, and it would eventually lead to either isolated pawn for black on d5. Say black goes there, white will take, black takes, castles, and black will have an isolated pawn on d5. Or possibly hanging pawns if later on white will take c6. After e3, knight c6, there is another move, a2, a3, waiting for black. The bishop, after which white's gonna take and be very comfortable, winning one more tempo. So, and bishop b2. After a3, you can play a6 with black, of course. But what I wanted to point out that now black can take. I think bishop e7 is possible, so that black takes on d4, so that white will not win a tempo by taking dc5. And then, an interesting transformation, knight will be a position with queen's isolated pawn for white. So quite a rich position, that one, in terms of structures. Okay, so I think time to switch. Stefanova against Hurtsidze. You won't believe it's more than 10 minutes. It's only one move played in this game. Knight f3, c5, and Antonetta Stefanova is thinking. She's known for that, by the way. She's known to think at very early stage in the opening. Well, if something went not according to her preparation. But on move 2, this is a bit surprising. Well, we have Pogonina playing Ni Shikun, and here, well, with some transposition, I think we have the same line which was played already. I think it was played in Gunina's game against Ni Shikun, against the same player, by the way. Right, bishop e2, h6, bishop d3, and queen d3. I think I've already explained it a few times. So the reason why white loses tempo, right? It's the line itself was introduced by no one else but the world champion Magnus Carlsen in Shamkia 2014, if I'm not mistaken. First Shamkia Super Tournament. Right, you could play bishop d3 at once, right? Which would lead to more or less the same position, with the only difference being the pawn is still on h7. And for this one, I'm not quite sure if it's such an achievement for white to lure black's pawn on h6. I think the main reason why they play bishop e2 is that, okay, you still cannot play e6, by the way. I mean, you can, but this is somewhat better for white. White can grab the bishop on a5. And after bishop e2, h6, bishop d3, you don't have bishop g6 move, which would have been possible with pawn on h7. So once again, bishop d3 immediately, you have an option of bishop g6. After bishop e2 is h6, bishop d3, you don't have it, so you have to take. Queen takes, and well, our game develops, e3 castles, bishop b4, and now in Gunina's game against the same opponent, it was a3, bishop takes, pawn takes. I think that was the line. All right, now Pogonina played it, Pogonina played it the other way, bishop d2, castles a3. So now I'm sure if black decides to take, white will take with the bishop. I'm still not sure how serious white's advantage is if black goes back. White obviously has some space advantage. White can go for e4. That's perhaps what white is planning to do. To go for e4, and then if I take, knight takes. This is somewhat better for white, but not much once again. So I might really consider going bishop e7. Well, there was one opening trap I'm trying to. Well, imagine a3, bishop goes back, white plays b3. That's just an interesting moment to show. b3, knight d7. It was actually not from this line, but from something else, but still it's rather nice. And then if white goes e3, e4, he's overlooking knight c5 move. Well, black attacks the pawn on e4 as well as the queen, so you have to take the knight. de4, the queen is attacked, and so is the knight on f3. You have to exchange queens, and after capture with, I don't know which rook, probably not that important, let's take with this rook. Knight is hanging. If knight retreats, the bishop on d2 is hanging. So black wins back the piece, not only solving all his opening problems, but perhaps emerging with slight edge. Right, I don't think our players will, I mean, Natalia Pagonina will not fall in this trap, obviously, and I don't see the reason for white to play b2, b3, to be honest. So I think e3, e4 at once if you want to open the center. Right, so now a3, and it's black who is thinking. Then we have Dzagnidze against Shen Yang, and I'm wondering how this happened. It's an exchange Slav, by the way. Somewhat surprising to see this kind of an opening from Dzagnidze, who is known usually for playing very combative chess, who tries to play strategically complex position. So a very modest approach from Dzagnidze, bishop f4. Even though the image in the past years, the image of an exchange Slav has changed quite a bit, so you do not really play this variation just to make a draw. So there are some hidden traps where white can try to get some sort of an opening advantage. All right, knight c6, e3, a6. Still not sure what's wrong with bishop f5, even with this move order with knight on g1. Right, a6, bishop to d3. Well, the point of a6. Now, if you develop normally knight f3, then black most likely will play bishop g4 and then take over here, play e6, bishop d6, getting very comfortable development. This way, white tries to speculate on the fact that, tries to say, to use the fact that it's not that comfortable for black to develop the bishop. So bishop g4 played. And what they do usually, there is this way, queen b3, knight a5, check over here, bishop to d7, and then you go back. I think there were lines like that. All right, white played it simple. Knight e2, e7, e6, castles, bishop e7. Now we shall see. Well, if black is in time to play bishop h5 and bishop g6, he has to have no problem normally. So, and contrary to that, if white is in time to move the queen, play knight g3, then this bishop will be in a real danger. To bishop e7, by the way, I just understood that one of the moves that black might consider is going for, after this bishop on f4 himself, so knight h5. Queen b3, perhaps is once again answered with knight a6. Now after this check, I think you can play b5 here. Yeah, in some positions with bishop on f8 particularly, it's not that nice because white's gonna take b5. but with bishop already being on e7. Wait, here, queen b3, for instance, knight a5, check, and after b5, I'm wondering if I can take. Well, probably not, because I need the knight on f3 normally to jump to e5. All right, bishop e7, and white's to move. Xadrez plays rook to c1. The other thing to mention is, well, the fact that black already played a7, a6, in a way, somewhat weakens c5 square, which is not easy thing to believe. But let us do this. Bishop h5, as I promised, black goes to g6. White would play bishop g3, bishop g6, knight f4, takes, takes. Whenever this knight will land on f5, you'll have difficulties playing b6 because, yeah, the resulting structure on a queen side will leave some weaknesses for black. For instance, I don't know, knight a4. Oh, hang on, it's black to move. Yeah, castles, knight a4, head in there, and all right. I mean, this is perhaps a silly move, rook a8, but just an illustration. Knight goes to c5, b7 pawn is hanging. If you play b6, with pawn on a7, you would have played b6, simply kicking the knight away. Here you can't do so because of knight a6. So a6 in a way is does weaken black's queen side, but no big issues normally. So yeah, I'm wondering now if knight h5 is an option. Perhaps not, because there is f3, and then if you take, it's knight takes, and the bishop is in danger. Right, so knight h5 is not such a great idea. You probably castle first, and then you see what to do. All right, so quiet start for this game, quiet opening, but I don't really think it's about being solid all the game and making a draw. I think Xadrez will find the way to complicate matters later. Right, so I'm going from bottom to a top, so one by one we are climbing. Now it's board 4 and 4th seed. Has to be said, top 5 seed are still in the business, while starting number 6, which initially starting number 6 was awarded to Valentina Gunina, but she's already out. So 5 top seeds are still in the tournament. Right, so we are climbing up. As I said, Sofiko Guremishvili against Harika Dranavali, and this is a London system, right? Very, very popular. One of the recent games in this particular structure, because black has a lot of choices here, right? c5, d5, which we've seen. I don't know. Actually, I would claim that this makes much more sense, this London system, after black played e7, e6, because if you do it over there, I'm still not sure what happens if black plays, you know, monkey chess. So bishop f4, and I just repeat the move. Bishop f5, e3, e6. Not much for white whatsoever. After e6, it's somewhat more problematic for black to get normal play. One of the ways to develop this guy from c8 has actually occurred in our game. b6, bishop to b7, e3, c5, c3. Here, once again, I'm not sure of the moves order, because, hang on a second, b6. I would think e3 and bishop d3 is somewhat more precise, because you still don't know, in some lines, on some occasions, you would want your pawn to be on c4 and knight on c3. So I would better go with e3, then bishop d3, and if nothing threatens, then I would castle short. Only then deciding what to do with c-pawn and the knight. Knight d2, e3, knight e2, bishop b7, e3, c5, c3, bishop to e7, bishop d3, black takes on d4. Now it makes little sense to capture with the c-pawn, since your knight is already on d2. So e takes, castles, and the move white plays is once again looks somewhat surprising to me, h3. Not that it does not exist. I mean, it's absolutely fine move, quite possible to play, but I'm not sure if it's needed in this very position. So it might be that you can play queen e2 first. Queen, more or less, you might be certain with white belongs to e2, while if you would need h3 or not, the question stays open. h3 played, d6, time to castle perhaps, or... Well, actually there have been games with queen e2 and castling alone later on, but this looks, you know, somehow too optimistic to me. Still, I would keep this one in more positional way by playing queen e2, castling short, and one of the recent top grandmasters games in this position, or on this structure if you like, because I'm not sure if the move order was the same. Well, you could check a game of Sofiko's husband, Anish Giri, his win, nice technical win against Evgeny Tomaszewski from Tal Memorial last year. All right, so I'm kind of getting optimistic about Sofiko's chances after two very, two very tough tiebreaks for her, but she survived both, and of course it gives you confidence. If you think, okay, I stay in the tournament, so that must be I stay there for a reason, right? Because, well, while she was clearly dominating a tiebreak in round one against the local player Hademal Sharyeh, but in round two it could go either way. Her tiebreak against Natalia Buksa, Ukrainian, was, at some point it was a game of nerves. Right, and well, once again, to speculate a bit about the chances of Sofiko Goramishvili, her opponent, Harika Džanovali, who is, of course, the huge favorite here, but so far she did not win a single classical game in this tournament, while two draws against Sadvakasova in round two are, well, nothing wrong with that, so to speak, 24-something player, but in round one, Harika was a clear favorite with perhaps up to 400 points, elo points difference, and still it was two draws. Okay, climbing up, as I said, so we go to see Kostyniuk against Kramling. And this one is a funny Sicilian line I used to play on a couple of occasions. Knight c3, bishop d7. That's, look, somewhat strange Sicilian, one might think. So instead of, it's kind of a mixture of Richter-Rauser and the Naidov and I don't know what. All right, the bishop d7, and there are a few challenging moves over there. You can play bishop c4, after which I think, well, I'm not sure what they do, but I think possibly knight c6 still. Or g6 immediately doesn't make sense. Knight c6. You can play basically what black wants to do. Play something like this. I think here once again I'm not sure, because I remember of this move e5, and then the point being if white goes knight b3, which is probably in the best, not the best placement for the knight, but quite a common move, right? Knight b3. Then black plays bishop c6, attacking this guy, puts the knight on d7 and plays a7, a5. So getting the best out of two possible setups. Just let me Let me show this one a little. You can have, for instance, after Richter-Rauser, 4 knights d6, as I used to call it Sicilian, f3, e5, knight b3, you can have this position, in which black, after few developing moves, like bishop e7 castle, usually goes for a 7 a5, trying to chase this knight on b3. Right, but the downside of this setup is the knight on c6 is not ideally placed. Right, and then you have a knight of a6, and same, say, f3, e5, knight b3, and now those theoretical longish lines, castles, queen d2, so on, so on. Recently, new ways were discovered for black with a6, a5. In this case, black can develop the knight in a more flexible way on d7, but black loses a tempo with a6 and later on a5. Here, in this line, I mean, if white cooperates, of course, white is not forced to go to all that, and we will not see this one in the game, but if white is not well aware of what is going to happen, black will have both. This, then knight d7, bishop e3, and black already can play a5 over there, I guess, trying to chase this knight away even further. All right, so an interesting setup. Bishop g5 was played, e6, and now in case of something like what do they do? Queen d2, then another, in comparison with Richter-Rauser, that's another benefit for black, so that black can play h6. And if white captures, black takes back, knight b5, bishop b5, and if knight takes, not sure if you can take b2, but you can, seemingly you can, and now, hang on, queen d8, rook d1, right, lose the, well, there was, I'm sure there was some motive playing h6 earlier, or maybe it is after f4. So in knight of you would go queen b6, right? All right, never mind. So what has happened? Bishop g5, e6, and white plays knight b5 immediately, practically leaving black no choice. This would be an inferior version of Richter-Rauser. Black can take over here, play, not sure, perhaps queen h5, then if needed, if a6 is played, knight will go back to d4. This is somewhat better for white. Right, but the whole point of black's play is to take on b5. Bishop b5, knight c6, queen f3. Black has nothing to do but to play bishop e7. Now, I think the critical line goes e4, e5. I mean, you can castle with black, but then, hang on, e5. Not sure, I think even castle works. You don't have e4, e5 just now. If you take and play e5, there is knight d5. Takes here, perhaps. And it's not too much for white, really. I mean, it's a playable position. Right, I was actually thinking of queen c7 or queen b6. It might work as well. Right, so the critical move is e5. After which things are starting to get messy. So knight to d5 perhaps is the only move. Now bishop e7 is, wait, is that good enough? On bishop e7 I have a capture with the knight, right? e5, knight d5. I'm trying to remember what was the line, because it's quite tricky. Maybe I should take here, then take here. But it does lead to the same position, it seems. think I take e7, right, queen e7, and that was a tricky move, right. Queen g3, absolutely, attacking d6 and g7. So if you castle, white takes d6, then, well, emerges with an extra pawn. After queen g3, I think black has to take over there. Queen g7, queen f6, takes, and after long castle, black is somewhat better. Pardon, white is somewhat better, black has to be very careful. Castle threatens, in a way, threatens rook d6, so black will play king e7, after rook h e1, I think the line goes rook g8, attacking this little guy on g2, and after g3 you lift the rook to 5th rank, then all of a sudden f5 square is not a bad placement for this rook. Right, we shall see if Kostyniuk will or will not play e4, e5. At least that's pretty much in her style. So, you know, straightforward chess, trying to, serve and volley approach, so to speak. Trying to smash the opponent right from the opening, especially with the white pieces. And then we have two, well, main favorites, I would say. It's Muzychuk and Zhu Wenjun, top two seeds. Muzychuk plays black against the Vietnamese Pham Le Thao, and she's somewhat mysterious player because, well, I believe a little known about her, but first time I've seen, I'm not even sure if she was on the list, but first time I've heard something of a Vietnamese woman chess, let's say, I guess it was 2013 or something like that, or even earlier, when it was a women's team world championship. And all of a sudden I see a team of Vietnam, which is rated like 23 or even less in average. And they were playing really well. They were fighting. It was, I mean, they have patience, they have spirit, they have ability to calculate. Those players are well, I can say for sure, those players are a bit underrated. And now we have Le Thao playing in round 3 of Women's World Championship. Right, as for the opening, e4, which already could have been a surprise, because I think mainly Vietnamese plays something, starts with one d4, and she doesn't really play all the main lines, but just tries to get some game. d4, knight f3, once again, d4, knight f3, bishop f4, the London, or knight f3, d4, knight f3, bishop g5 sometimes. So 1e4 could have been a surprise, because I think Muzychuk already here spent some time. c5, c3. And then again, I can imagine Anna Muzychuk is trying to get, well, a complex position. So to try to outplay her opponent with black, which would be, of course, good news. So with white, you just play solid and not really, I mean, she would not have to risk with the white pieces. So after c3, after some thought, she played g6, which is perhaps not the best move, not the easiest way to equalize, but well, this way you can ensure, first of all, you avoid long theoretical lines, you avoid the preparation. So, for instance, I can imagine the main repertoire move against c3 for Muzychuk being, say, knight f6. But then you have lines like this, d4 takes, knight f3, this, for instance, I don't know. I mean, it can be very, very long lines, right? Knight c6, what do they do? Takes is, it's not here, right? All right, I mean, yeah, g6 is called for avoiding opponent's preparation, basically. Takes, d5. Here, well, a couple of comic games on grandmaster level were played, where white would take, queen takes, and white would play bishop e3. And then I don't remember who those guys were, but there were some guys who would go knight h6, trying to be clever and bring the knight to f5, and then after queen c1, it would turn out that there is no way to save the piece. Knight on h6 is hanging, and so does the bishop on c8. And of course, a check on a5 is answered with bishop d2. But of course, you are not forced to do this, and you're, well, probably it does not really promise white any advantage, so white instead went for e5, which is fine. Bishop g7, knight c3, knight c6. Here, after bishop g7, what I know, I'm not sure about the most precise moves order, but what I know, to get any advantage with white, you have to be super precise. And I don't think this is the best way. So what white might be afraid of, you go knight f3 and your pawn plays bishop g4, right? And black's plan is quite simple. I mean, if you're, say, not aware of what black is planning to do, bishop e3, some thought of knight h6, and say you go here, they would take, knight gets to f5 quickly, something like that. I think the line goes bishop b5 in this case. And white is somewhat better in the end, but of course you have to know everything. Because after h3, you give black a chance to play f6, after which I guess f4 is the most principal. The way, the way Vietnamese player reacted, taking on f6, should not really promise here much of an advantage. Takes, I think knight f3, knight e7, bishop e2, quite a modest but very solid development. Black castled, short, and so did white. Has to be said, both sides have limited possibilities to play this position for a win. I mean, not that neither side can win, but in terms of plans, let's say, in terms of pawn advances, it's not really that easy to suggest anything. The structure is symmetrical. Both sides will have to care of their d pawns. I think black is in a way better prepared for this. So black's plan might involve bishop to e6. If needed, this bishop will go to f7, while knight can be played to f5. For black, it's less clear how to put pressure on the d pawn. Knight on f3 is, well, this knight is restricted with the f6 pawn. But you might argue as well that the bishop on g7 is not doing much as for now. So more or less balanced position, I believe, and we shall see later how this one develops. And meanwhile, on the top board, Zhu Wenjun is white against Olga Gira. As I said, Gira is perhaps the only player on perfect score, if I'm not mistaken. And for Zhu Wenjun, it's perhaps the first really tough match in this tournament. Surprise on the first move, once again, I believe. I'm not sure if Zhu Wenjun never does this, never plays a 1e4, but I'm sure she's far more, well, her far more common first move is 1d4. No surprises from Gira, contrary, because she is a Caro-Kann player, basically her only repertoire opening against e4, but she knows it very, very well. e5, quite fashionable nowadays. Advanced variation or blockade Caro-Kann, I don't know how to call it. It's just that they played everyone. Knight f3, e6, bishop e2. Still, it remains to be answered how white gets an advantage after c6, c5. All those sharp lines in which black seemingly holds his own, as for up-to-date state of theory. Well, the only problem is that the price of each move is very high. And then all of a sudden, your opponent plays 1a4. So you do expect him to be ready. And once again, if you were preparing and probably checking d1, d2, d4, then of course you think, okay, those long lines, if I confuse something, I'll probably lose, which is pretty much the case in this c5 line. So, well, Black's decision to stay a bit more solid is quite understandable and has to be said on, once again, on a very, very top level. We have more and more of this flexible knight e7, knight d7 setups. c3, and then h6, preparing if needed. Bishop's retreat to h7, castles, knight d7, knight bd2, and bishop g6. Here, I've never understood why you do all that. I mean, isn't it logical if you play h6, you go to h7, but I'm sure it's a theory. So for some reason, you need to do this. I will not try to understand it right now. All right, and then recent white's tries to get an advantage were connected this or other way with expansion on the queen side. There were some a to a4 attempts played by Fabiano Caruana. I'm not sure if before or after c2, c3, perhaps. And Zhu Wenjun went for b2, b4. So that after a5, she plays knight b3. This structure perhaps is favorable for white. Think after knight f5. Not sure if you want to play knight c5 immediately. Perhaps you just go bishop d2. After bishop e7, you grab the space quickly. It's just that at some point, it turns out that Black doesn't have enough counterplay. Black doesn't have enough counterplay, then knight c5 comes. All right, so this is not very pleasant structure. Gira reacted this way, a5, a4. I'm wondering what would have happened. Okay, it's still not the case, of course. What would have happened in case of knight d2 and b5? I'm just curious to examine this position a little bit. So queen side is basically closed. Neither side can make any progress on the queen side. Perhaps Black will solve his defending task in this case, because not so many targets for white. Black doesn't have to worry about the queen side anymore and will concentrate on protecting the king side. But of course, yeah, knight d2 is not a move. Knight c5 was played, where Black more or less has to take c5, b7, ups, both b7 and a4 are hanging. That's, as far as I can see, that's the only way to protect a4 pawn. But here comes some bad news. Knight b7 attacking the queen, knight d6, and I guess knight h4. And a very, very bad position for Black, probably lost position for Black. So Black was forced to take. B takes c5 played, and Black played knight c8. And this became quite usual. So instead of moving the knight this direction, where it runs under some g4s every now and again, Black plays knight c8, so that white has difficulties, some difficulties, let's say, getting an initiative on the king side. At least this g4 comes without a tempo, and knight might prove to be quite useful, supporting b7, b6, or b5. Not sure what Black's next move is going to be. White, meanwhile, acts according to plan. Knight e1, ready to set those pawns in motion. The other possible idea for white would be to play knight d3 so that he can play rook b1 and try to use the semi-open file on on the queen side. Well, I'm not sure still how this turns out. Okay, let's make few moves. Knight d3, say castles, rook to b1. But honestly, I don't see much of a trouble for black. You can play b6, but even if you play queen c, nah, perhaps it's too slow, because then something with g4, f4, or f4, g4 can happen. Now, looking at it, I'm wondering if, wait, bishop e7, maybe I should do this, actually. Bishop d3. Technically, with black's pawns being on light squares, you could claim the light square bishop to be bad, but it's not bad, of course, being on g6. Here on d7, it would have been a passive bishop, but not there, right? Not on g6. It's much more reactive than white's bishop e2. So bishop d3, let us try. Bishop takes, knight takes. Now it actually does make a lot of sense. After black's castle, white starts pushing those pawns, f4, once f5, or g4 and f5. After black's b6, I think white's proper reaction might be, well, one of the ways to react will be not to react, but just to play f5. But the other thing to do would be bishop a3 and to take with the bishop. So that, in this case, black's counterplay on the queen side looks somewhat limited. At least there are no pawn weaknesses for white, so black will have to, not easy, let's say, to point out what black's targets are. He does have some initiative on the queen side, but white's attack on the king side will become evident in a couple of moves. Rook f3, not a bad idea to protect c3 and go to g3. f5 is always in the air. Looks promising. So, no surprise, black went b6, targeting the pawn here, immediately trying to create some sort of counterplay. White captures. He's not in time to support c5. And black is thinking, which is perhaps an indication that not only knight b6, but queen b6 is also, has to be considered, so to speak. I think knight b6, though, is still, must be still the move. I'm wondering, all right, knight d3. And what black has to do there? Perhaps bishop e7 and try to castle quickly. Knight f4, bishop h7, and once again I'm thinking perhaps I have to swap the bishops. Or maybe, possibly I have to do it immediately. Once again, bishop takes, knight takes. If bishop e7, actually black is not in time. Queen g4, you're not in time to castle, which is quite annoying. You don't want to play g6, you don't want to play... No, I mean, it's not a pleasant position for black, that's I'm sure. So takes b6. Don't know if queen takes makes any difference, to be honest. Well, it does, because in case of bishop d3, you might consider returning with the knight, or takes and returning. No, again. I mean, I thought now of bringing the knight back, but it's too time-consuming. Bishop a3, rook b1, this looks awful. b6, c takes, once again, but you have to take the pawn. b7 is a threat, so knight takes, I assume. Bishop d3. Well, here, not sure if black has to capture automatically, because sometimes to allow a capture on g6 would not be that bad. Just the thing is that after bishop e7, I don't know, perhaps this one is better for white. That's one thing. But if I want to transpose into a previous line, I still have queen g4, so my logic would be like that. If I have queen g4, bishop d3, knight, or other way around, let's say my logic for black. So I have to take on d3, because after bishop e7, it's either queen g4 transposing to this previous line, or white might have something else. I'm not even sure what. But I'm thinking, why would I give my opponent, why would I give white spare options? Which seems logical, right? So let's, after bishop d3, let's take, knight takes. And now it seems bishop e7 is not such a good move because of queen g4. Well, you might still play g6 and pretend nothing happened. And then, obviously, you will not castle short, but you are planning actually to go with your king to d7. Well, now looking at it, you know what? It does make sense for black. g6, king will go to d7, knight will be put to c4. And yeah, why not? Black wants to put the king at the side when he is stronger, he is in control. Probably that's what he has to do. Because some artificial attempts to make short castle are connected with a lack of development, right? With, I don't know. I mean, I thought of preventing queen g4, for instance, by playing queen h4 for black himself. But then after rook b1, you will have to react one more time. You know, not that knight c4 is such a bad move, actually a good move. But then rook can go to b7. You don't really have the way to chase it away. After bishop e7, you still cannot castle. Keep in mind, you still cannot castle with black. So let's say I'll play some move. Not that I have too many moves here. Wait, g3. What is that? g3, knight f4. I mean, you can feel it's dangerous when you're moving your queen all the time and white is about to get to your king. Right, knight b6 had been taken, and now I'm really waiting for this bishop e2 to d3 to happen, even though there might be other ideas. There is still a possibility that the straightforward attempt f4, bishop e7, g4 should not be completely discarded. I mean, this is quite playable, actually. All right, so that was it. It's Zhu Wenjun with white against Olga Gira. So before going for the first break of today, let me check if there are any important changes in any of our games. Kostyniuk, after a very long think, she decided not to go for the forced e4, e5, made castle long, which means, well, actually still you have to make a precise move with black here, because might be smashed away again. I mean, if you do something wrong. So I assume this one is playable, right? Takes. Ah, this is the line I was showing. This, bishop to e7, and you take with the queen. If black captures, you capture here. No. I mean, white captures on d6, black takes back. Nothing special. Knight e4 and queen b4 is the move usually to prevent c4, to get the queen closer to the white's king. Well, and if it comes to the attacks against the kings with opposite castles, it's black clearly who has, who is closer to that, right? Already open b file, whilst to get to black's king, you really have to make a lot of moves. If queens are coming off, then white has very pleasant ending, but black will not cooperate, black will not exchange queens. Yeah, for instance, in this case, if black decides to swap queens, he's worse. I don't know how much he's worse. Should I play g3? Perhaps g3, and then this, chasing the knight away, after knight b6, which is the only move with the tempo, because otherwise black will have to deal with rook d7 or rook d6, but after knight b6 it's b3, and then knight is really awkwardly placed, whilst white knight will find a nice outpost on c5. Okay, so still not an easy position for black to play, but if Pia had studied all that, she must be aware of what's coming next here. Right. Then what else? Guramishvili and Harikadronovali, they are continuing to spend time in what seems to me well-known position. Dzagnidze, it turns out Dzagnidze did not have any specific ideas in this exchange Slav. After rook c1, rook c8, bishop g3 was played. With a threat, by the way, to go f3 and knight f4, so black is kind of forced to go to h5. Now what white can do, white can play f3, by the way, once again threatening knight f4. I think she just did it, f3 with the idea of knight f4, and after bishop g6, the same idea I was describing, knight f4, bishop takes, knight takes, with black already, where black already had played rook c8. So, say knight a4. Black will have to be at the defending side here. Knight c5 is something not to be allowed, so I believe knight d7 has to be played. And if you go bishop d6, it's probably something like this, takes, takes, and knight c5, right? And once again, a perfect illustration where, so that in this position, sometimes a7, a6 is not such a good move. You can't play b6, you cannot kick this guy away from c5. So this would be really a pleasant advantage for white. Okay, then Pogonina against Ni Shikun, that's what happens after a3. Black decided not to take on c3, but neither black played bishop e7. She went for bishop a5 after b4. Yeah, bishop a5 still fights with white's e3, e4, right? In this case, black will take on c3. So you have to play b4 and e4, after which black swaps everything. Knight d7. It was white to take on f6. Actually, here looks a bit surprising, because I would think the side with space advantage would like to keep pieces. Maybe there was no comfortable way to retreat with this knight, I'm not sure. Knight c3 possibly would allow something. But to take herself voluntarily kind of feels wrong. Knight f6, queen f6, all right, e8 here, and queen e4. Altogether, black's position is somewhat passive, but very, very solid. And, you know, sometimes actually, if you are not careful enough, if you would allow black to play b5 under favorable circumstances, and then seize the d5 square, then it's black who can start thinking of playing for a win. Right. Well, eventually, one game which I've commented on, but not really, Stefanova against Hurtsidze, because it was, for a very long time, it was this position on the board. So Stefanova played one knight f3, and after c5, she was thinking for like 15 minutes. Probably trying to find the courage to play e4 and go for Sicilian. But once again, it's hard to tell who has less experience in Sicilian. Perhaps Antoaneta herself, because she doesn't play it with neither color, while Hurtsidze, I believe she used to play it with black from time to time. All right, g3, g6, and then c3. Well, very interesting set of moves. c3 is fine. It's actually an attempt, if black apparent. c3, if black goes there, say, to go d4 and to achieve a symmetrical Grunfeld. Takes. Black played b6, very original, the double fianchetto, e4. This gives white a possibility to take the center. Queen e2, so the bishop belongs to g2, and Antoaneta wants her pawn to go to d4 in one move, which will happen later in the game. Bishop g7, bishop to g2, knight c6, knight went to a3, another somewhat surprising move, but you can see that, well, all those moves of white start all of a sudden start to make sense. So she wants to play in spirit of, if not for d4, which will be possible after black's next move, if, say, black would play e5, which looks strange in this position, we have to agree. In this case, white actually builds a very, very nice looking King's Indian setup. Later on going for d3, moving this knight from f3, and f2, f4 is on its way. Knight c6, knight a3, e6, which looks being harmonious development. Knight e7, castles, and d6 or d5. All of a sudden allows d2, d4. Right, c d4 was taken. Stefanova thinking, you have a choice with white. Basically, you can go knight b5, threatening knight d6, so that black has to protect this square by probably going d6 yourself. After which, you can take on d4 with the knight, which looks quite nice to my eyes. Knight takes. Perhaps knight e7, you castle. I mean, I think this position is, in general, might be better for white because, well, it's actually not easy to tell. Black one day might have e5, d5 break. What I would really try to avoid with black, say white develops somewhere, rook d1, what I would try to avoid is this structure, because both bishops are, in fact, should be marked with red. Both bishops are quite stupid there. The bishop on g7. So it's kind of a strange French bishop on b7, but why would you have g6 and bishop g7 played in French defense? Weakens your dark squares a lot. And a second white's option was actually played in our game. White simply took with the pawn. White wants a center here. But then she might have to prove the compensation after this. Knight takes d4, knight d4, bishop d4, I assume knight b5 is what is planned. And probably Antoinetta is absolutely right, because knight d6 is something not to be allowed. After bishop c5, it simply looks scary, you know. Bishop e3 is there, for instance. Bishop e3 is there. So for one pawn only, a lot of dark square weaknesses. So bishop e3, bishop e7, and actually not sure. Bishop d4, does it win something? It looks like winning material. After knight f6, there is bishop takes, knight d6, collecting b7. And maybe I have to point out that in the end, white has e5. Maybe that's important, so that knight on d7 is not getting, knight on b7 is not getting lost. All right, so Hurtsidze did not find courage to take the pawn. Instead, she played d7, d5, which I would be really scared to go for, by the way. Takes. Okay, I mean, white has two very attractive options. One of them being e5, and basically white gets what he wanted to. A center, and once again, the bishop on g7 is not ideally placed. Knight on a3, contrary, is a very good piece. Not only knight b5, but knight c2, protecting the d4 guy, is available. Later on, knight c2 might be transferred to e3. So this is one attractive option for Stefanova. The other one, which looks to me like an attempt to refute black's strategy, would be to take on d5. I believe black has to take with the queen, and then something like knight b5. Threatening knight c7, and threatening seemingly knight c3 as well. After queen d7, there is d5. Doesn't look nice for black at all. I would be scared with black of this one. Because e5, at least, I mean, the position is closed. It might be better for white, but there won't be any, you know, quick attacks here. But ed5, queen d5, but as well, it's quite risky for white, because strategically, you do take some risk over there. If black won't, say if black will be able to develop, if black will have time to develop the knight from g8 and make castle, then black as well might be better. All right, and that was it. I think all 8 games are developing. Not all of them are that exciting, but, well, let us take a break and see what happens in next, in the second hour of play, and so on, so on. So I'm off for 10-15 minutes and coming back to comment on game 1, round 3. Welcome back, dear friends. Welcome back to game 1 of round 3. Well, a bit longer break than expected, but we did not miss much. And actually, the position on the analysis board, we did not miss a single move. After d5, well, this line I've mentioned, like probably the most challenging, not sure if the best, once again, don't get me wrong. Takes, queen takes, knight b5 was played, and black respond with rook c8. Now it turns out, kept thinking on this position, turns out that the direct knight c3 doesn't really lead anywhere, because black seemingly can take here, using the fact that bishop on g2 is not protected. And I think the same goes for a castle, because, wait, here things might be a bit complicated, but let us look. a6, let's say, attacking the knight, knight c3, and black seemingly still has knight takes d4, where white cannot capture. So white has to do something about it, an e3 pawn. So it's either bishop e3, planning for knight c3, but it feels slowish, and with bishop on e3, you are not actually threatening that much. You give black a very important tempo, right? So the e-file is closed. That will be a situation I was trying to describe, that in fact, if black finishes the development, he might be already better. Not to forget, there is queen a5 with the idea of bishop a6. So white has to play very energetic. And the more I look, the more I think that knight h4 must be the move. Okay, let's put it this way. If white has something which is good for him, this must be knight h4. Well, there is an alternative, bishop f4, heading there. Oh, this might work as well. Can black take in this case? Will be my question, because if I take, bishop takes, might not be able to use this pin over the d file after rook a1. Seemingly there is a check, and bishop d2. Well, black just moves queen somewhere. Actually, well, maybe not that easy to find the square. All right, at least at first glance I can't see anything after bishop f4, so I'm trying knight h4, where I'm sure black cannot take d4 anymore. Well, because of a simple reason of knight takes d4. Because this would be less clear. Probably still good for white. Yeah, but you know, you'll have to play it. Well, it is good for white. King e3. So we'll have to retreat. Knight h4 was played. You can see from a camera view. So queen d7, and then you can think. You can choose between bishop f4 or d5 at once, which makes a lot of sense. d5, let's say. What's going on here? Knight d4, b4, knight a5 is there, for instance. Might be that nothing serious happens. Knight a5, protecting the b7 guy. And then if you take e6, black will take with the queen, trying to... no, queen takes, blunders knight d6 fork. Hang on. I was to say trying to minimize the damage, but it will be a lot of damage in this case. White must be better, even after simple short castles. Yeah, this is not acceptable for black. But what to do next? What to do else? dc6 is really a threat. After, say, knight e5, de6, black seem to lose material. Everything comes with a check, right? So if you capture here, it's bishop b7, knight d6 in case you take on b7, so this is not possible. Wait. d6, knight d3. Right, this has to be considered. King goes there, then black takes. Ah, right, it's far from being clear. Wait, knight. Somehow I did not notice that this falls. King d2. How about this move? So once again, if we go to f1, what happens? Black takes on g2. I assume king has to take, and then queen b5. And, well, black is a piece up. You know, I mean, it might be not winning for black, because white will still have some initiative. Black is undeveloped, but, you know, when something ends being piece up for black, you kind of suspect something went wrong for white. All right, knight e5, so what do? I take knight d3. Can I play this move? Probably, no, I mean, it can't be that great. Queen takes. This check is only one check. After bishop b7, black, well, at least has rook d8. No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. So queen d7, and then in case of d5, there is knight e5. What did I say was the alternative? Bishop to f4. Planning to go knight d6 check. And this does look somewhat annoying, but I'm still not sure how to refute knight takes d4. Knight d6. King f8, and then white queen is hanging as well, and knight c2 is a threat as well. Not sure at all. Knight d4 allows black to capture on g2 intermediate, where it might be that black is better already. Knight g2, black takes on d4 with the bishop. Well, have to mention knight e6 is a possible move, but then at least queen takes e6. I'm not sure of anything else, but at least queen e6. So that queen e6, f e6, and knight g2. Black has bishop takes b2. So everything ends up with an extra pawn for black and not a lot of compensation for white. All right, so knight h4, I think black has to play queen d7, and then we will see. All right, now it's not the only game we have. Not to forget, we have 8 games in progress. So let's check the game which is next to it, Teerã against Ruth Padmini, where we did not have a move for quite a while. We more or less remember it was this semi-Tarrasch, castles, bishop c4, knight d7, and this position was already played in our tournament, b6. Then I'm not sure of what white does. Queen e2, and after bishop b7, white plays bishop a6. Black takes, goes queen c8. After queen e2, queen b7, so this could have been achieved after queen c8 at once, perhaps, so that white would have to take and be the same position. Then if you make one more move with white, I mean a move without clear plan, like rook c1 for instance, black will be in time to go knight f6. Then whenever you play e5, knight finds itself on a very good outpost, on a very good square on d5. So white decided to play e5 at once, giving away d5 square nevertheless, but at least black knight cannot get there quickly. Black played queen d5, rook fd1, h6, knight d2, rook a c8, somewhat puzzling queen e3 move. Last move made by Teerã. I think black kind of solved all his problems. Still thinking what was that? Why white did not play knight e4 at once? Possibly because of this move, maybe that was her concern. Rook e4, attacking the pawn, and in case of queen e3, black seemingly has knight e5. Is that right? Knight c3, queen a5, once again attacking the knight. Perhaps that was the reason why it decided to go queen e3 first, but I don't see black having trouble here. Even if you bring the knight over to d6, black should be able to fight against it. I would be thinking of something like rook c2. In this case, I can't take. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't take a2. Say I'm bringing the other rook, knight d6, and here it's not clear. Say rook c3, queen f4. Seems I have difficulties protecting this duodem f7, which is right actually. It's just that I can play f5 it seems. And then if white takes, I'll take with knight. I'm not sure if it's any dangerous for black. Black pieces are very nicely placed. And e6 is not weaker than d4, for instance. So generally it looks like black has solved all his opening problems. And once again, convincing performance from Ruth Padmini. Natalia Pagonina against Ni Shikun. I'm checking this one. White exchanged queens somewhere. a4, queen g6, and white allowed queens exchange by playing a5. Takes. Without queens it will be even tougher to break through. Rook d7, knight to g6, bishop to d8, knight d2. All right, this is a nice, of course, nice maneuver to get the knight to c5 eventually. This is something black has to be aware of. So, bishop f6, I assume. White will go knight b3, heading to c5. Right, still it's white who has slight pressure. Yeah, not much to add to this. I mean, if that was perhaps the last moment to go knight d2, because if white would play some move like that, I think bishop f6, then bringing the other rook to d8, then bringing the knight to over e7 to f5, or knight h4. Yeah, by the way, rook b1, it's bishop f6, and then knight h4 is already sort of an idea. So black would be very comfortable. Knight d2, knight goes to b3, protects the pawn and threatens to jump to c5. And, well, it pretty much will depend on the evaluation of this one. Say black goes bishop e7, moves the rook somewhere to d8, and then in case of knight c5, black takes. If black is able to hold this position, where more or less he has, as for the moment, he has the only weakness, then the whole thing shouldn't be bad for black. Like knight h4 maybe, heading here. If needed, you can put both rooks on... Well, I cannot imagine the situation you'll need both rooks on 7th rank. Actually, black for the moment decided to go bishop f6. So knight will go to b3, and then possibly black will simply answer knight c5 with rook c7. All right, moving further, Zagnidze against Shen Yang. Once again, pretty much described scenario takes place on the board. Knight a4. So knights got exchanged with most transposition. I was castling first and then playing knight d7, but it's pretty much the same castles. Then a clever way to make use of f2, f3 move being played. Rook f2, lifting the rook so that rook goes to c2. After queen a5, white went a3, planning for b4 and knight to c5. Once again, not entirely comfortable for black. Knight a7 perhaps, so that in case of b4 it seems black's in time to take. You will have to take with the horsey from d3, and then might be no trouble with queen d8, but I like queen b5 better. Queen b5, bringing the rook to c8. Technically, I mean, you can say black has a better bishop. So for the moment it's not clear, but once white plays a3 and b4, so we'll have some pawns on dark squares. It might be that it's actually black who is slightly better. Yeah, I don't see white getting to c5 square in the nearest future. Maybe that's what white needs to do. But does that work? I don't see really. Knight c5, knight c5. You can't play b4, for instance. So, for a funny reason. I thought b4, if black takes, then white takes with the pawn. Hopes for some counterplay, you know. But knight d3, attacking the rook. Rook c8. And then knight f2. Complete mess, which ends up being a piece up for black. Right, so after knight c5, white will have to take one more time, after which black, by the way, is not forced to take this knight, but he can. And then this seems less efficient. No, it doesn't work simply, you just take. Right, so knight c5 is not an option after knight a7. I think knight a7 is a decent move to play for Shenyang. Sofiko Guramishvili against Harika. That's the position. Now, there was one moment. Remember, even before h2, h3, I said it's clear the queen belongs to e2. And it proved to be wrong, because Sofiko played absolutely different way. I don't know if it was prepared or over the board inspiration, but after knight bd7, queen c2 was played. So this way, black has to care of h7 pawn, or move it this way or another. After h6, a4, rook c8, threatening knight d5, knight b4 in some lines. White went queen b3, queen c7, white went bishop h2. So the bishop, anyway, it only runs under some tempo with knight d5 or knight h5. Now I kept thinking after which black's move, rook takes e6, might be an idea, and I can't really find how it can work. There was some, I mean, I had some idea like taking e6 if black cooperates to fullest, takes, queen takes, king h8, knight g5, threatening this famous mate, but can't really find the way how to make it happen. Black played h6 to prevent knight g5 as well. After rook ac1, bishop f8, and bishop went to b1. In some lines, planning queen c2. Black goes bishop c6. This feels like white is sort of losing a threat a little bit, because you can put queen on c2, but it's not doing much here. And black, I think the whole point of a setup was, with queen on e2 and bishop on d3, was that black has difficulties protecting a6. So rook a8 to c8 would have been possible with queen on e2, right? Because a6 would have been hanging. And therefore, black would have difficulties moving. And what white does in the game, he actually takes away both pieces, which normally should press on a6, which allows black a nice regrouping, bishop c6 and then queen b7 supporting b6, b5. Other things which are common for this position, queen c2, no, queen c2 was not played, pardon, queen a3 was played by Sofiko Guramishvili. So she's preventing queen b7 this way, or tries to claim that she's preventing queen b7, because I think it's still possible. And let's say if you take, I'm not sure that this exchange is clearly in a white's favor. Both sides getting something. I'm not sure if white is any better in the resulting position. But other than that, it's a nice move, queen a3. So once again, black's main problem is that he has difficulties with the plan. Perhaps he has to try b6, b5 one day, with or maybe even without queen b7. Very complex strategic position. Well, if we look at this that way, so 2 hours of play, 18 moves made, and only one pair of pawns being exchanged. Because, you know, some 10 years ago, or no, I'm kind of lying. Yeah, I think it was 20 years ago, in let's say pre-computer era, 15 years ago, where already computer analysis started, but we are not that deep. The theory was not that much exhausted. One would think that an interesting opening means some sharp Sicilian, and then something of that kind, knight f3, bishop f4, e3, would be called, you know, modest, to put it mildly, or boring. But nowadays it seems other way around. What's interesting in the sharp bishop g5 knight f, where both players would play you 20 moves of theory within 10 minutes, and the resulting would be some slightly better ending for white, which is possible to hold for black. So this is real chess nowadays, it seems, with all the pieces being on the board, with some tiny positional ideas here and there, so that both players have to keep tension, both players have to stay concentrated. Right, so moving to other games, checking Kostyniuk against Kramling again. After castles and short castles from Pierre Kramling, Kostyniuk went for bishop f4, queen c7, and bishop e2. Well, as far as I know, in this position, if you are not in time with white to, let's say, to get some progress immediately, then it means black strategy paid off. a6, queen g3, and once again, it's somewhat weird to put the queen in front of the pawns. So normally, you would expect white to try to advance those pawns, right? It's not such a bright idea, perhaps, in this particular position because of knight e5. Then you will have to... All right, perhaps it's not clear, but it feels sorts of wrong. Queen g3, rook f to d8, bishop h6. Great, one move threats. Knight e8, h4, king goes, bishop g5, b5, king b1. So, black actually has quite a harmonious setup. The only worry might be that it's not that easy to push the pawns further. Whenever you try b4, knight goes to a4, and you do not have a light square bishop, which normally should be, in this situation, should be put on d7, and then knight on a4 is hanging. So in order to really get to white's king, black has to put an effort, protect b5, then go a5, a4, something like that. And this tension is sort of annoying for black as well, because white will never ever take himself on e7, that is more or less clear. You don't want to take g5 voluntarily, it opens the file for the rook, and an attempt to provoke white to take on e7 might actually be, I mean, just an empty move, just a tempo loss, because seems still you don't want to take. f4 might be too much because there is f6 for black. But what white is supposed to do? Maybe bishop d3 to have knight e2 So what I mean, this you probably never do in this position, queen h4, and you are most likely to get mated. Or should it be queen h3, so that after f5 I have g6 to make sure it's a mate. Right, so this tension is somewhat annoying for black, and this way I'm not sure if black doesn't have to play this rook somewhere else. And he cannot do this, because then it's bishop e7 and, or not really. Yeah, rook. If this works, this has to be the move, rook to c8 or b8, to escape the pin, and then in case of bishop h5, which is an idea, attacking f7, you are able to play bishop f8. So bishop h5, for instance, quite an annoying move again, because you don't want to play g6, bishop comes back and then h5 is coming. I'm wondering, by the way, if white could not play bishop h5 at once. Perhaps in this case, black would have to go back to g8. Or, no, there is bishop f6. Now, it's kind of a weird way to play it, because you do have, for instance, this maneuver, bishop h6, knight e8, you have in Sozin attack, right, with bishop on b3. But white in these situations is normally castled short, and it's about some other factors. It's not about trying to attack. And here, how would you succeed with white moving forward? f4, as I said, might be the move, but quite risky, because you lock your bishop, and after f6 it gets trapped. h5, okay, let's say we go there, right? h5 is more or less harmless. After takes, black plays h6, and then it takes you quite a long time to get to g5. So both sides are kind of a bit stuck in their attacks on the opposite sides. Again, rook c8, this is what I was trying to do. Maybe this needs to be done, actually. After f6, I go bishop g4. f6 is not the move that I like, just to illustrate that if black is principal, if he wants to take the piece, he'll be punished. Rook h threats. For instance, well, that's a nice thing. Queen d7, an attempt to protect e6, which will never work, right? Then it's rook h7, queen h3, white is winning. Perhaps you don't need this one, you could actually play queen h3 at once, but just a nice variation to show. All right, so this most likely will not happen. PA is still thinking. I'm wondering what time players have. Looks like Kostyniuk is on, practically didn't spend any time. Can this be possible? Right, I will not speculate on that. I must check how much time they have. All right, so two more games. Le Thao Pham from Vietnam against Ukrainian Anna Muzychuk. If you remember, played this original g6 line against Alapin. This position we've seen, as I said, it's somewhat modest development from white. Then black starts executing his plan, grabbing the space on the king side. Knight e1, h6, bishop e3, bishop went to e6, knight c2. This I'm not sure. I'm not sure where this knight goes. Queen d6, rook to e8, some knight b5, knight b4. Aha. So white spent quite some time. Knight went from f3 to e1, c2, and b4 just to be exchanged with this c6 knight. So it's clear After a6, turns out you can't play knight d6 because of this. Queen a3, rook d8. The knight is trapped, so white had to go back again, and after f6, f5, well, black has an enormous lead in development. Basically, white is, I don't know if it's good or bad, and it must be bad, I believe, but if white doesn't play f4, he'll be squeezed completely. So f4 is a huge threat from black's side, right? If you play f3, then it's f4 from black. You go bishop f2. Here, you know, it might be that already some sacrifices work. But what I want to point out that even after simple knight f5, hang on, by the way, this probably should win me some material. Yeah. How about this pawn? Queen c5 though. Right, not easy, but... So I think f4 is the move to play, if it works. But the problem might be that black actually takes. And then if you take with the rook, then once again black gets a very serious attack. Knight g6 followed by f4. All the black pieces directed towards the king side. If you take with the bishop, then knight c6 wins a pawn on d4. And it will be this eternal question if black will convert it or not, because white probably has to swap queens. I mean, of course, it's a very pleasant outcome of the opening when you're a pawn up with black, but still some weaknesses and possibly chances to survive. Just the thing is, I don't think Vietnamese lady will go for this approach, because it's after only 19 moves with everything, with equal material on the board. It's kind of not easy to accept the fact that your position with white needs such radical measures to give the pawn, to go for an ending and try to save an ending pawn down. But, well, to me it looks really that this is the worst case scenario for white, because he might still be losing the pawn. Wait a second, can I try this, right? Maybe it's not that easy, by the way, or queen b6, so that the pawn is protected twice, can be protected one more time. Yeah, maybe it's not that easy. Somehow, well, in some moment I just got optimistic that black will sacrifice, you know, on h3 and win quickly. But no. Well, white played f4. That's deserves a credit. White played f4. I guess black now is gonna take. Well, there is another option to go knight g6 immediately, and if white takes, to go f4. But this I cannot give a proper judgment, because after gh6, first of all, I'm not sure what's the move here. Say bishop h6. It looks very dangerous, of course. No, I mean, probably this should work. If this doesn't really... Bishop h3 and... No. Bishop h3 is not entirely clear. I go to f3. I assume if white takes, then this we should call a day. Queen h3 or f3 maybe. f3 looks nice. The whole black army against the king alone. So this is not acceptable. But after bishop h3, indeed bishop f3, blocking this pawn, and so that rook is not working, there is no square on f4. So in this situation, after bishop f2, so therefore I want to try f3 first. And then if white takes, to sacrifice an exchange as well. And then to start thinking, perhaps, what have I done to my position? Maybe knight f4 wins. Bishop g3, on the other hand. How would it win? Not sure. I mean, it looks attractive, but Not sure. I wish I could take with the queen on h3. Right, no, but this will not happen because Anna Muzichuk, she played knight c6 actually, Anna. Well, that's the idea. That's a nice idea, I kind of missed actually. So that after queen b6, perhaps bishop f7 will be the move, attacking the bishop. So the bishop has to go there, and then black takes f4. This is nice, and I believe you already know what's gonna be a move after bishop f3. That's the move. Rook e4, thematic exchange, sacrifice, and if white takes, you take with the pawn. And those two guys on e4 and f4 are killers. e3 next, d4 falls. Right, problematic position for the Vietnamese. Meanwhile, do not forget we have our top seed playing Olga Giria, so Ju and Jung against Olga Giria. Remember what was going on here. C takes, knight takes. I was expecting bishop d3, but knight d3 was played. After bishop e7, it was knight f4, bishop e4, bishop d3, and queen takes. So once black castles here, it would probably be very dangerous after knight h5. Once again, black does not lose immediately, but very, very dangerous position. So black once again decided to keep the king on the opposite wing. So he plays knight c4, after queen g3 goes g6, rook b1, rook b8, and after queen d3, black went king d7. Well, actually, looking at it now, I like black's position. He's solid, he's got fantastic knight on c4, and not clear how to make progress with white. I'm guessing white will have to exchange this guy on c4. Maybe that's the way. g3, knight g2, knight e3. If this gonna work, then white does okay. But takes, queen b6, after queen d3, something like queen b5, gives black the b file, whilst white's attacking prospects are not cleared. I mean, knight e3, I don't know if it's possible to, I mean, I can take as well, but I kind of like this rook b8. If white takes, black takes with the pawn perhaps, has an outpost on d5, or takes with the queen. I mean, nothing wrong, black is better simply. She might have misplayed the position, Zhou Wenjun. Still, what was my original intention? Was bishop d3 takes. Maybe black would have done this anyway, knight c4 and king d7, not bothering moving the guy from f8. Maybe that was the plan. So quite a solid position for Olga Giria. Meanwhile, Muzichuk against Vietnamese lady Le Pham Thao, and Muzichuk is to move. Knight c6, queen b6 was played. So who's gonna tell me what's the plan after bishop f7? Because bishop f7 played, yeah. As I said, looks really, really problematic for white. This pawn, black, really a very strong outpost on e4 for the rook. Not that black is forced to sacrifice and exchange rook e4, but I think it's just a good move to play. So one more time, rook e4. Well, now I'm thinking what happens if white refuses to cooperate, because really if white takes, this is more or less clear. This will finish quickly. E3, bishop d4, too many of them threats, you know. But what happens if white tries to defend like nothing happened? Rook d1, you can double on e-file, but black is not likely to get anywhere. Rook d3, maybe it's still quite solid for white. First of all, white has to play bishop f2. This is, well, no questions about it. Otherwise, you have various ways to blunder rook takes e3. That's king. Nah, I mean, there is not a single way, which is surprising in a way that white is thinking in this position, because perhaps the resulting position after bishop f2, gf4, is not something that white is happy with. But if it's the only move which keeps the game going, you better make it and think afterwards. Right, Kostyuk made a move against Pia Krumling after king b1. Indeed, rook d to c8 was played, unpinning the bishop, where Kostyuk decided to take on e7, queen e7, and then f4. Well, once again, quite logical play by Alexandra Kostyuk. She's trying to get some sort of initiative on the king side, but it's not clear if she will succeed there. Black's resources are not exhausted just yet. Thinking, should black try to play knight a5 and to get this knight here? Might be an idea. Knight c4, maybe that's the way to go for black, because if you go b4, as we agreed already, it's knight a4, and somehow white is getting stuck with his attack on the... Black is getting stuck with his attack on the queen side, while white's initiative will be developed this way or another, actually. With those pawns being blocked by knight on a4, white can allow herself to move the queen to e3 and then, you know, move the queen to e3 and march with g-pawn to g5, h5, like that. Still somewhat passive position for Pia. Maybe she needs knight a5 and knight c4. What white's gonna do? Something like a5 doesn't really threaten much. Knight to c4. There might be some, you know, some ideas with knight a3 or knight b2. Not immediately, but black will play rook a7, rook c7 first, double on c-file, and then there will be some threats. Whilst white's f5 alone doesn't bring anything. I'm getting mildly optimistic about black's position, unless white finds something, I mean, some way to increase her pressure. Again, knight a5, let's say I want to play queen d3. threatening knight takes d4. So I assume queen c5 now, after which I'm thinking, what's the plan? Is it b6? So queen d5 doesn't work. Black takes and wins the bishop on e2. Maybe this just wins the game. Look, queen c5, b6. If queen takes, it's knight d4. Queen is hanging, so does the bishop on e2. Queen sacrifice is not likely to work. I mean, this is clearly lost. Takes, d4. White will never ever be able to establish coordination. Other way around, it's simply not enough material. Actually, if I would have to go for a queen sacrifice, I would probably go for this one. So at least there is some blockade, and you know, in 2 minutes blitz, I would call it a compensation, but yes, so it's unlikely to work here. Right. Okay, I'm leaving this one. We have a lot of games to cover still. Guramishvili and Harika Dranovali. There have been some development after queen a3. b5 was answered with a5, which I cannot fully approve, to be honest, because I kind of thought that the whole point of White's strategy was to keep tension, right? On many occasions, it would have been other way around. White would open the A file, leave the B pawn somewhat weak. The way it turns here, so it's White's pawn on A5, which will need protection. Black played E6, E5. And it's white pieces which feel a bit awkward. Right, then Dzagnidze against Shen Yan, something very, very strange happened. After a3, the move I've seen, I kind of liked Dzagnidze's position, but look, bishop g5. And then, never mind, it was an exchange Slav, which you would expect to be, you know, slowish positional game. Yeah, those things happen. f4, b4, queen b5, and f5, trying to... it's not, actually, I'm not sure if White has any kind of plan how to attack Black's, let's say, Black's position. So it's just like grabbing more and more space, creating tactical possibilities. So far, Nana Dzagnidze was lucky, so those tactical complications worked for her. Not sure if she will be lucky still after today's game. Knight c5, though, looks quite attractive to me. Point being the knight is hanging, and if you move it, there might be some a4 issues. Say knight f6. First of all, e6 is hanging, not to forget. No, I think Black will have to take, after which I'm planning to take with the b pawn. So leaving Black with backward b7 pawn, and possibly moving the rooks to b file later on. Kind of don't like a6, a5 that much. Okay, pretty much the same stays the position in the game of Pogonina and Nishikun, but Black, yeah, just waits without committing anything. Black decides to move the knight over here, knight e4, bishop went to e7, rook d3, knight f5. Now, finally, this knight gets to a square White wants it to be, knight d6. By the way, White cannot prevent the exchange of knights, it seems, because after knight c5, for instance, knight d6, you cannot really protect the pawn. You cannot protect the pawn on c4. So you do have, well, something like g4, knight d6, I assume, should be totally fine for black. Bishop takes. An additional square for the black bishop, rook d7, then black is absolutely solid. By the way, g4 was just played. I wanted to mention that you do have, in fact, a way to prevent knights appears on d6 by playing c4, c5, but this, of course, will be very pleasant for black. I'm guessing even this is possible, so that when white takes, black takes. Even though there is d5, it's better not to make moves like this. Yeah, I just wanted to say that possibly even this is acceptable for black, but you should not do this normally. Right. You just have to make sure that the knight has a nice square to retreat. Maybe it does. Rook d7, actually attacking this, and some move. Bishop f8. After g4 you go there, bringing the knight first to d5, later on possibly to b5, and this is really a target. So g4 played, knight d6, white will have to exchange perhaps. Knight d2 seemingly doesn't work, bishop g5, and then horse is hanging. So unless there is some tactic which I'm not aware of, to be honest, then right after knight d6 you will have to exchange on d6, which normally would leave black absolutely safe. So Chinese so far holds herself quite well against Pogonina, and well, not to forget, tomorrow she will have the white pieces. Antonetta Stefanova against Nino Hurtsidze. Well, that was quite an interesting game. Remembered it. Well, original opening play. Queen d8, not d7, but to d8, which is somewhat surprising, but wait, bishop f4, knight d4, bishop takes g2. And in my line, I had a queen on e6, which would give me a chance to capture on e6 with the queen. So that's the difference. So if there was nothing better for white than this line, of which I'm not sure, of course, but if there was nothing better for white than this line, then of course you should have played queen d7. Right, so knight d4, bishop g2. We get over there. But now you have to take with the pawn, right? Knight g2, queen d5, castles, knight d7, and rook fd1. This can... wait. I was to say this can change the position's evaluation to the opposite, but it might be not as well. Rook d1, queen c4, a move with the tempo, and now I cannot really see how to prevent black's castle. I should probably keep the queens. This would be my guess. Like thinking, can I do this, which is in somewhat artificial way. But my point is that in case of a castle, I want to play b3. Now it kind of works. If queen goes back, then, well, I have rook c1, but say not that much interest. I can play rook e1 as well, establishing the coordination with white. But my problem is that black can actually take d3 and take a1, and I'm absolutely not sure of resulting position. So the queen d7, but I mean, white cannot be worse here, but can white be better? That's also a big question. Takes, king h8. Right, Stefanova went for queen d2, which is a bit different, but with more or less same intentions, I believe. So after a castle, She will try to coordinate the pieces. It's not only the weakness on e6, which is a trouble for black, but also somewhat weakened 7th rank. So say if white gets to 7th rank, it not only attacks the a7 pawn, but has an influence on the king's position, compared to normal position of a pawn on f7. Right, and we root Padmini against higher rated Tan Zhongyi with black. Indian player plays with black. Queen e3, b5 was played after knight e4, knight b6, rook d3. Surprisingly, knight back to d7. After h3, black played f5, knight d6. This kind of gives you the idea black misplayed the position if she went to b6 and back. But I still don't see, well, anything terribly bad for black. Yeah, perhaps the problem in the current position is that it's not clear where to put the rook. If you leave the b file, apparently, if you leave the c file, you are unlikely to come back because the knight controls c8. And then, say, white goes rook c3, and after this, white can actually win a pawn by playing rook c5, or, which might be even stronger in some cases, go to c7. If you keep the rook on c file, well, you have to accept, first of all, not so many squares available. Rook c2. Yeah, why don't we play rook c2? Actually, this one seemed to work. Rook b3 perhaps, targeting this one. After a6, queen d3, and the rook will have to go back. That should be hopeless for black anyway. But it might be that white is better after black lost 2 tempi by playing knight b6 and back. Right, so 2.5 hours of play has gone. Let's come up with some predictions. I think Pogonina against Nishikun will be a draw. Might be quite soon, because Pogonina is quite an experienced player, and the moment she realizes there is nothing much, I think she will try to simplify matters, to go for a draw and to save some energy. This is what you will need closer to a final. Right, very sharp game for Guramishvili and Harika Dronavali. I think Harika's position is already to be preferred. Don't know the situation with the time, but Sofiko is once again, Sofiko is a great fighter, and you know, anything can happen. If they get to a mutual time trouble, anything can happen. Kostyniuk against Kramling develops very slowly, actually. Some pieces exchanged, but might get very, very sharp. And objectively, I think black does fine, but once again, not easy to play for the both sides. Well, and then Muzichuk just won a pawn. I'm wondering, yeah, after rook e6, by the way, Vietnamese played bishop d1, allowing knight takes d4. Must be much better. I don't know if I'm allowed to call this position winning for black, but perhaps objectively it is. So black is better developed, a pawn up, and threatens to grab the other one. Can you request more from one single position? And then Zhu and Jun against Olga Giria. Something not entirely clear, but wait a second. King d7, bishop e3. This I really like to check, because knight a3, I'm not sure if it was needed. So Zhu and Jun took it, went queen to a6, but after queen a8 decided to go back to e2. queen b7, queen to b5, and queen to c4. This I'm kind of not sure if you really need a queen on c4, because after queen d2, you are still sort of stuck with black. That's pretty interesting. Black seemingly has a blockade on the queen side. Black has a b file potentially. White cannot challenge black on the b file, but there is a problem that h6 pawn is hanging. If you play h5, well, I was thinking of this, but this blunders a piece, so it's not so easy. Yeah, maybe h5 needs to be played. What do you do here? Otherwise, what do you do with an h6 pawn? I mean, after rook b8, bishop h6, you do have nearly everything, but it's still not evident if you have a compensation for the pawn. No penetration squares, it seems. Oh, well, even though there is knight b1 or rook b1, it might be then a very serious alternative. When I've spotted the b1 square, right, rook b1 then. Well, very complex position, and I believe Olga Giria has at least an equality with black. So the whole round develops in an interesting fashion. I mean, no games which are drawn without a fight. I believe, yes, with the only possible exception, I can say Pogonina against Ni Shikun. It's not a fightless draw, it's just that the opening did not really work that well for Natalia Pogonina, so it might be a draw within the next few moves. In every other from those 7 games, everything is kept very, very complex. Right, let's take a break, and I'll be back, well, closer to 6 p.m. local time. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to game 1 of round 3 of Women's World Championship in Tehran. So, all 8 games are in progress after 3 hours. Some of them are, still very, very tense, but I'd like to start with the game of Nana Dzagnidzé and Shen Yan, when Nana seemingly managed to get a serious advantage. Knight A to C5 was played indeed. The move I was looking at. Black took it with the bishop. Now I kind of thought that probably B C5 was possible, but Nana took it with the knight. After that, Black decided to go knight F6, which is a very strange move because White takes on E6. Black perhaps was ready to sacrifice one pawn, but the other one has blundered for sure. So knight takes G7, King G7, Rook F6, 6 with the king. I think Queen G4 wins the material back, not only threatening the rook, but Bishop H4 is a very serious threat. So Black took it with the rook, Queen G4 check, King F7, Queen takes C8, 2 pawns up for White. Black wins one of them back by taking B4, Queen D7 check. Black won't be able to win even one pawn back, because after King G6, let's say, not to mention some various intermediate moves like Bishop H4, or actually H2, H4 maybe, but even A, B4 simple recapture leaves Black two pawns down and without possibilities of taking on B4 back. Well, by the way, and this one is pinned, so I can play Bishop E5 in this position, which is much stronger perhaps. Wouldn't be so sure though because of Queen E2. Somehow it feels more practical just to capture this pawn on B4, because the threats against the Black king being exposed on G will come sooner or later. So you don't have to rush with Bishop E5. You have to take B4, after which you are 2 pawns up. Later on, White can play H3 to take care of his own king's safety. Absolutely winning position for Nana Dzagnidzé. And perhaps this game will finish first. Check, King G8 was played. Then still efficient is a check. Yeah, Bishop E5 seems like tempting move. But once again, there is nothing wrong with A takes B4 simply. Well, where Black cannot really capture the pawn back, and then H3, King H2. By the way, you might win the game without playing H3 and King H2, because there is Rook A1 threat as well. Absolutely hopeless for Shen Yan, so tomorrow she will have to play for a win only in order to tie the match. So far it's been, I think it was it was one tiebreak for Dzagnidzé already, and quite a tough one, yeah. Right, checking the other games, nothing changed much in the game of Pogonina and Ni Shikun. Black is still very, very solid. And then there are 2 possibilities for this game. It might be a draw straight away. No, this is the position, because, yeah, if you just give up on the idea of I'm not sure who is playing. I was to say that if you give up on the idea of playing this position for a win with Black, but I'm still not sure. It might be that it's White who is trying. Basically, neither side can make a lot of progress, I believe. White can try to bring the king over to E4, but in case of King F3, I think Black Well, f5 might be not such a bright idea because e pawn will need protection. It's still black who has to be somewhat careful. Yeah, bishop f6, king to e4, quite active, and then to try to grab even more space with f4, possibly now relocating the bishop. Now wait, how to manage this? Say black plays pass all the time, so not doing anything. Then I probably move the bishop over there and try for some d5 later on if it will ever occur. I'm not sure. Now probably go f4. If you allow too much for white, if you allow something like this, then you might get in trouble with black, but normally this should not happen. So this still looks pretty equal. Stefanova against Hurtsidze. I think Stefanova has to have very good prospects here. This is what has happened after queen d2, queen c4, queen d2. Black did not castle, but instead went king f7, knight e3, queen to b5, queen d7. So white decided to swap queens, but to get the rook on 7th rank. Bishop takes on b2, rook was hanging. Here I'm not sure what white had to do, if it's rook b1 or something else, because rook d1 was perhaps an alternative. White went rook b1 with a tempo, and after bishop f6 went for knight g4. So this way black is a pawn up, but most likely to lose it back on a7, and I'm still not sure if knight takes f6 is a threat. Say something like this: rook d8, white takes a7. Then perhaps what black has to do is to pursue the rook all the time, so that to get this rook exchanged. Rook a8. I assume this one to be more or less equal. I mean, it's still tiny bit better for white because of the pawn structure, but normally you should not be able to win this one. And then after rook a8, rook b7 keeps the rook on 7th rank, but after rook a2, if there is well, nothing serious immediately, then black should be able to survive. Now, what can be there immediately? I'm thinking, can't really find anything. Takes, and a4, try 5, and then, well, that's a question. Say, if black can survive something like this, because black is quite passive. White wants to double on 7th rank. Even in the ending 3 versus 3, this, well, looks quite threatening. Wait, and might have been possible that this was even stronger. Rook b3 and rook a5, let's say, to protect on f5, and then g4. White might be winning material this way. So black has to be careful. Maybe by playing rook e8 at once, I don't know. Well, that's the serious option. f5, knight takes, king takes. Then say white goes h4 like in my previous try, and then I go knight d5. And the big question is if this king survives, and it probably doesn't, even after something simple like rook e1. No, I mean, no question, white is better. White is much better here. So after some consideration, I would claim this to be a serious advantage for Stefanova. Right, Tanjangi against Ruth Padmini went into an ending. Remember this one we were looking at, rook c7, and then queen f3, which is a bit surprising because I would think that black normally does not mind going to an ending. Takes, a6, rook a3, somewhat awkward move, knight b8, black makes. Not sure what was the problem with rook c6. Okay, knight b8, rook to d1, now preparing d5, d4, d5 break. Black went f4, and white played rook e1, which again surprising. Perhaps getting ready for something like d5, e6, but once again, it's more or less clear that white is better here. White got all his pieces on nice squares. Rook on a3 is nice. Placed attacks a6 so that the knight cannot be moved, and on to f3. It happens after knight. Well, there are options, one of them being, by the way, simple rook takes a6 followed by rook e4. This way it seems white will win the b5 pawn. Okay, white is better, but not clear if it will be enough to win the game. Zagnidin once again in. Not much I can say, really. Completely winning position for white. The only thing to blunder if white gets rook c8 and blunders f1, so therefore I really like the idea of playing h3, maybe to give a check first so that everything is protected, and to go h2, h3. Well, to underline how hopeless black's position is. h2, h3 played without a check on d6. Right, you don't really need this check because after queen b4 you win with rook c8 immediately. So that's a game which, as I said, will finish first most likely. All the rest is still in progress. Guramishvili and Harika simplified the position quite a bit. No more difference in structure. It was at some point, it was, yeah, this one, where I actually thought, well, queen b2. This is surprising in a way, because I actually thought that black would try to go e4. I still don't see what's the problem with e4, driving the knight somewhere, and then d5. Really puzzling. Can one tell me? Black instead took here, played bishop d5, keeping it in a pure positional fashion. At some stage, white decided to give the bishop away on e4. Takes, knight e3, knight c6, and king h2. So that's the current position here. b4 pawn might need attention sooner or later, especially if black will manage to play d5. Black is better, that's I'm sure. So g5, f5 is one idea, maybe to start with g5. Well, just yeah, actually looks quite nice. g5 with bishop g7 to follow. In case of f3, I think the pawn can be taken simply. Knight on e3 is hanging. d5 I cannot make work really. And this looks like white pawns will start falling one after another. Looks quite promising. Then, what do we have else? We have quite sharp game, it seems. Kostyniuk against Kramling. Well, we'll not go back because a lot of things happen. Maybe this moment only. After bishop e2, black went to take on c2. Queen c2, b4, queen a4. That's what Kostyniuk was pinning her hopes with. And then queen went back to b6. Turns out that there is no square for this knight. So knight d5 takes, knight f6. After queen a6, black went queen e3. If black wins the f4 pawn back, he does very well. And I don't see how white should prevent it. It's like rook f1 perhaps, but then, you know, you might be in trouble. Knight e4 with ideas of knight c3, knight d2. Depends a lot if this move is possible. Well, probably it is. Yeah, then knight e4 is not such a... I mean, even some positions like that might be with some compensation for black. But I think objectively has to be better than this for black. Rook f1, how about b3 for a move? b3, and if you go a3, then rook c2 is coming. This looks very serious. Rook c2, bishop d3, no check on second rank. Or knight e4 now. Feels almost there. This feels almost there, but can't make it work still. So I don't think black is worse, but yeah, after rook to f1, it's still very sharp. What I should do, I should prevent in some way, should prevent queen d3. Or be ready to meet queen d3, let's put it this way. Knight d4, queen d3, I can't really spot any kind of tactics, so this. Rook f1 was not played anyway. Kostyniuk decided that the appearance of this knight 3, after which I'm not sure if she's safe. At least queen f4 should be good enough for black to keep the balance. So it's a material advantage, and apparently it's a material balance and no advantage for white. Can't say that the bishop on f3 is better than the knight on f6. Black king is apparently safer than his counterpart on b1. Perhaps an important moment will be to understand if b3 has or has not to be played. b3, I assume a3 is pretty much the only move for white, after which you can still take. All right. So that was it. I think good chances for crumbling. Everything will be anyway decided in a sort of a time trouble, I guess, with 10 moves to make before they reach the time control. Muzyczuk is still a pawn up against Les Femmes Thao, but I'm not sure if she managed to get maximum out of the position. Bishop d1, knight d4, queen c5, b6 was the move for Muzyczuk. After queen a3, she went b5. Strangely, black did not find the time to take on f4. King h1. There, gf4 was possible. Next move, perhaps gf4 was possible. So queen e7. Takes. Bishop d4 and bishop b3. It's to be not that easy. So Muzyczuk decided to take over there, play g5. Rook a d1, rook e3. So now it's time to take on d5 with the bishop. And meanwhile, we've got a first result. Zhu Wenjun and Olga Giria repeated the moves and finished their game in a draw, in the position which I would still think was promising for black. So one moment, bishop g5, bishop f8, g3 was played, and Olga Giria went for knight b1 and knight a3 repetition. Still wondering what would have happened after rook b1. Perhaps something with queen f4 was possible, and Olga was not sure if she will be able to protect her king, or, you know, maybe takes and queen f4. Queen f7 is coming. On king e8 there is queen f6. Okay, so which leaves us with 7 games, and still it's sort of strange, because normally out of 8 games with this time control, you would expect at least half of them to finish within first time control, which is not the case here. Interesting, they are fighting even in those positions which seem drawish, still they are finding resources to play on. Okay, so first result, draw between Zhu Wenjun and Giria. Well, possibly Dzagnidze's game will finish it will finish anytime soon. Just the question how many more moves black will find before the resignation. h3, Shengyan just resigned. King e8, bishop went to h4, and there is no defense against the rook c8 threat. So, nice play by Nana Dzagnidze, and she's first winner of today. Let's put it this way. Meanwhile, in a game of Pogonina ni Shikun, strangely, black does what I said is not recommended in this position. Black keeps waiting, it seems. King went to g7, and well, maybe black has in mind one day to play h5. It's really a question if I find a way to break through. Maybe rook b1 and then b5 can, I'm not sure, say king g6, b5, c takes, c takes. It's sort of anti-positional idea, of course, but I'm just looking for any way for white to open up the game. Black takes, then it might happen that b7 is somewhat weaker than d4, or even if we exchange b7 for d4, white gets, side passed pawn. The problem might be, though, that after b5, black takes, plays rook d5, ready to play e5, simplifying everything. Well, the thing is that after rook b1, e5 was immediately an option. All right, anything else we have to take a look urgently? Not really. So 2 results, and I think we are getting ready with an interview of a first winner of today. So I believe in 5-10 minutes I'll be back to time troubles.
Okay, so Nana, you are the first one who won the game today, round 3. And how was it?
After the opening, I think I had nothing special, but after Queen A5 and Bishop G5, I don't know. I think she was trying to push me, Bishop G5, and I don't think this is correct, and because it gave me F4, F5 with tempo. So after that, I think I'm better, and then she missed this knight G7 idea, and after that, the opposition was losing for her. Yeah.
So what was exactly the moment when she lost her track, you think, in this game?
Queen A5, I don't know, Bishop G5 maybe was the, better try.
So was it easy for you in the whole idea?
Yeah, with tactical ideas, it wasn't, too hard to find, because 96, 97, I think it was easy, yeah.
So actually, at one point, you decided to play safely H3. Were you afraid to blunder at one point the mate on F1 or something?
No, not blundered. I just wanted to take my rook in the game, so I couldn't take because on F1. That's why I played H3. Rook C8 is coming. Yeah, totally losing position.
So far, it's going well for you, but tell us a little bit about this match with Olga Zimina, which finished yesterday. It was quite an interesting match, and what can you say about the games?
Yeah, with Zimina, second game was bit unpleasant for me, but I don't know. She didn't see this idea with Bishop F4 and Queen G5. Queen G1, but before that I really had a very bad position. After that I won after Bishop F4. So I'm just trying to play better and better, and decent chance for me. Yeah.
So okay, it's a really difficult tournament and a long one. But yesterday had a free day. How actually you are recharging your batteries here? I mean, during this event.
Yeah, me and my coach we found a nice park near our hotel, so we went for walking, and it was really. We get fresh air, and it was good for us. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nana. All the best. Thank you.
Right, welcome back everyone. During the interview, To my slight disappointment, one more game has finished. Kostyniuk and Kramling agreed a draw. Well, not that I think either side has an advantage, but it's an interesting position to play. What has happened after bishop f3, queen f4, queen d3, black went rook e8, queen d2, a queen's exchange was offered, and Pierre decided not to play this one. Actually, I would think that the ending might be somewhat better for black with knight on c5. Probably not. Nah, not really. Knight on c5 or e5. You have a very stable knight here in this position, so it might have been worth trying. But Pia decided draw with black is good enough, perhaps according to her plan, which leaves us with 5 games to comment on, and I think in most of those games time trouble stage is over. 40 moves being made in a game of Muzychuk and From Le Thao. I think Muzychuk is winning. Rook d6. Still not sure why don't you take on 8? Probably you don't need to. Right, a5. To avoid calculating lines after takes and king runs towards, to help the passed pawn. Yeah, so first black gets b4, then a5. White will never be in time with his counterplay, so it's just completely winning for Anna Muzychuk, which will be, of course, a very good scenario for her in this match, to win with black, and then it's a very good chance actually that you will also win with white, because you keep it solid and wait for your opponent to go all in. Guramishvili and Harika still playing, also reached move number 40. It's just a bit surprising that nothing fell for Sofiko Guramishvili, because at some point, well, d6, d5 was played. At some point I thought that something must fall for white. All right, d5, knight e4. Have to take with the queen, queen c3. Wasn't it some sort of a bluff, this queen c3, because looks like you can take. But Harika, no, I mean, I don't really see what's wrong with knight b4. You do activate the king with, you do activate the queen with white, and maybe this is a problematic position to make progress. But, you know, g6 or f6, king f7 looks like an achievement for black. Not to forget you are a pawn up. And what happened in the game? Black simply went back to e6, after which knight c2, and white seemingly holds everything. g6, f3, h5, king went back to g1. Maybe it was a huge time trouble for Harika, because she was simply repeating moves, it seems, while white, I would claim that white really improved her position, and now I don't really think white is in such a danger of losing. Both weak pawns are well protected. Potentially white can play queen d3, bishop c3, so that, yeah, queen d3 is not a bad move, it seems. Bishop c3, and then now for the queen's exchange all the time, queen e2. So black is still somewhat better, but I think, well, Harika had spoiled her advantage a bit. No news in the game of Pogonina and Ni Sheikun. Still last 40s move for black to make. Yeah, we'll start thinking. Do we have any? Well, a lot of stuff happened in the game of Antoaneta Stefanova and Nino Hurtsidze. That's curious. I'm curious to see. How did they get this position? That was the last time we've seen the position. By the way, it's still a time trouble for Stefanova and Hurtsidze. So still they have to make a couple of moves more. Right, rook to d8, rook a7, this is what I was looking at, rook a2, took on b6, rook d8, h4. What I was doing, I was taking here and playing h4, right, where black is not in time to move the knight because of bishop g5 check and the rook would be lost. So maybe it was somewhat more precise because rook 1 takes b6, allows black to play this move, and then black has rook a7 if needed. After h4 there is bishop d4 and bishop c5 and rook 2 to a7 takes, you have to take with the bishop. Well, some tiny traps like rook a4, bishop takes f2, rook c7, bishop b8, knight e5 check. Well, you have to go to e8, yes, where white takes e7, goes knight c6, and takes b8 here. Interesting. Not so simple, this must be for black to hold. And the next move, I don't quite like, to be honest. Don't quite like black's next move, h5, because I think it's white who wants a structure to be stable. In fact, king g2, king f5, knight c6, rook a6, and been a couple of moves more, so they reach the time control. k6, knight e5, k5, knight c4, rook a4. So now the king can be kicked away. White starts moving her own king. Well, what can I say about this position? I think with a precise play, still black should be able to hold. But, you know, I mean, white is so stable, especially after black's h5, so black cannot exchange a single pawn here. So there might be some plans installing a bishop on e3 and then bringing the king like all the way via the queen side somewhere to black, closer to black's pawns. So it might be very, very unpleasant in a practical game. Not to mention that you are always welcome to blunder something with black. I'm thinking, what happens if a check? Probably black can go to e4 in this case. So white will be. So white would have difficulties kicking the king back. So it's better to give this kind of check after king f6. Well, it has to be said, it's not easy to attack those pawns, right? On the other hand, you can attack with the knight, but the bishop is of no help, and it's really tough to bring both the knight and the king. Which makes me saying it has to be a draw, but still this game will be going for quite some time. Thinking... Now this should be... I thought for a moment, what happens if black takes f4? But no, this is hopelessly lost. I cannot... No, I mean, in this position there is no question about it, but I'm just thinking if there will be a situation where this will become a reality, this idea of giving away the rook for bishop and pawn and somehow making sure all the pawns are getting exchanged. Can't think of such situation. Well, we have one more. Tanjangi against Ruth Padmini as well reached the time control. Well, have to track back a little bit. B1, F4, Rook E1, something like that I've seen. g5, rook to d3, knight d7, and finally white breaks through with d5. Knight b6, d6, rook e7, and then, well, here it feels, wait, yeah, you have to take, d5 is hanging, rook e7, there is seemingly no way to protect the pawn. So perhaps it was all correct. Knight here, rook c6, knight a6, white has won a pawn, but still black might have some chances. Rook e8. Here it's a bit surprising because I would think you want to have side passed pawn. So I would really try to take this one. If all the rooks are getting exchanged, this must be winning, no problem. So I guess black takes with the knight, then king f1, and at least one pair of rooks will be exchanged because of this pin. After, maybe this one is not that pleasant. Takes, knight d2 is a threat. Yeah, who knows. Right, white decided after rook e8 to go knight d3 to protect her pawn on e5. Rook went to b6, knight c5, check here, and rook e to d1. So an extra pawn for white, which is well protected for a moment, probably still a big advantage. Rook c6, I think, was the last move of Ruth Padmini. She was doing quite well during this game, it's just that she misplayed it a bit closer to time control, I guess. That was a remarkable moment when she went knight b6, and after rook d3 she returned knight to d7. Ah, well, that's the obvious reason. Knight c4, and then there is a check, and queen takes h6. By the way, now I kind of realize that probably it was possible to accept this, knight e5. Maybe Ruth initially thought that that was possible, and after this check, black has knight g6, but the real problem is that there is not a check, but rook h3, and then two mates are threatening. You can prevent one of them, but you cannot really prevent both. Okay, so maybe she went knight b6, planning after rook d3 for this knight c4, but it never materialized on the board. Still, I would say there are some chances for black. How about rook d8? Is it a possibility? Obviously, I'd like to swap a pair of rooks, but takes. You can't take the knight, right? e7 and... wait, knight d6. Check here, king f7. Is that winning? I'm not sure. It's a rook ending pawn up, but you can never be sure of that one. So my first attempt, at least it's not, I mean, you might still be winning, but you don't want it because it's really easy to miscalculate. Not clear what to do then, because knight is sort of hanging in the air. White for the moment has everything protected, but how do you make progress? Maybe still you have to move the knight and try to take b5 and give away e6. Right, obviously with half an hour increment after move 40, nearly all the players taking some break to realize what has happened. The only game which keeps going is a game of Anna Muzichuk, but nevertheless, as I said, it will be finished quite soon. check, rook h6, a5 for some reason, rook b6, h4, rook g6, takes, rook takes here. I don't know why would you need king f6 in this position, really. Mosishuk played king to f6. Wasn't this easier? I think it was just, pawn would just promote this way. Okay, so she played king f6, rook h4, now she played b3. So after this capture, b3 takes, b2 you have to give a check. This, I mean, you're easily in time. Here, yeah, there's no questions asked. But, well, pretty much the same happens in the game. Pawns are stopped one square earlier. Rook b6 and... No, she did not play b2, she played a4, keeping the rook. A possibility for the rook to enter the game. King h3. What do you do now? You go b2 anyway. What's the fastest way? I mean, we all understand it's completely winning for black. Perhaps the most brutal way would be to bring the king over here, I mean, without calculating much. This, and then... Right, g6. I don't know, depending on your personal preferences, because I would actually be happy with this way to win. But, yeah, probably it's better if you just go b2. In this case, what do you go here? g5. Is white in time or not? g7, and then rook g1. And this is it. Was it a possibility to go king h2? Not really. b1 takes and rook comes from b8. Winning in many ways. Guramishvili and Harika did not change the position much. Couple of moves been played. Harika continues to practically stand still. King f8, queen d2, king g7. I'm wondering if she would be satisfied with another tiebreak. Perhaps I should not speculate because she has the game with white tomorrow, but today she was well, pretty modest. Not taking on d4 instead of playing e4. That's still, to me, this looks like it needs some explanation by the player. e4, do I blunder this pawn? I just have to double check if everything's protected. Knight goes here, and then d5 is one thing, but also I can go g6. The knight is kind of offside, so to speak. I like black a lot in this case. Right, then later on, if you would refrain from d5, more or less any other move. Now I'm thinking knight e7 is too clever. Yeah, my g5 was not bad with bishop g7 intentions. Also, it did look somewhat better for black. Whilst current position, probably you still can claim that black is somewhat better, but right, I mean, I don't think it's possible to win. Bishop c3, for instance, to protect both, and then, I don't know, actually, should I play g4 with white to take away an f5 square from black's queen? Maybe this makes sense. F4, apparent G4, so takes, for instance. If black keeps waiting, I want to play bishop C3 and queen E2. Goromishvili just moves the queen to D3 and D2, hinting at a fact that this must be a fortress. Well, in Muzichuk's game, this is what happens. G4, king went to E5. Well, not to forget there is, oops, that's a wrong error. Rook G5 played, and then Rook A3, Rook B3 finishes the game on a spot. So it will be half of the games will be finished after 4 hours. Is that right? No, I think we've got something else. So Gira was a draw, that we know. Kremlin was a draw. I think something else has finished. Shenyang lost, and a draw between Pogonina and Ni Shikun eventually was agreed in this position. So right after the time control, bishop f6, king g2, and yeah, they reached the positioning. I mean, the position was already like that for 10 moves or something. 10, 15 moves. So that finally both players accepted the fact it's not, it doesn't promise any chance for a win for neither side. So 4 games left, and it will be 3 left. It's already 3 left as Vietnamese player resigns her game against Anna Muzichuk. Wait a second. Yeah, right. So G5. Rook A3 check, and rook comes to B3. So what I'm curious about, this moment when for a second it looked like a chance for black. Still not sure why wouldn't you take on D5? Because yeah, perhaps she was in a sort of a time trouble, but moves like F5, she simply lost some time, it seems. Now it's 2 pawns down without much of a compensation, and eventually white decided to go for the same rook ending, more or less. It's just that black is far ahead. Not only a pawn up, yeah, but some extra tempi compared to the immediate bishop d5. Because here, as long as you keep 4 rooks on the board, there might be some chances. You probably still play king h2. This I'm not sure about, but you probably still play king h2, not to get your king caged after g4, g3. Maybe that's what black would do. I'm thinking now, maybe black would play g3 in this case. So c3 is hanging, and so does f4 after, say, rook here. There is rook takes f4. But it's only 1 pawn, so it still wouldn't have been that clear. All right, that one has gone. So we are left with 3 games only. So let's once again check them one by one. And finally, Harika Dranavali starts maneuvering her knight, bishop f6 and knight e7. So, if allowed, the knight will go to f5, where it attacks d4 pawn, has some possibilities, one day to go to g3, e3, and of course knight d6, knight c4 should not be underestimated. g4 perhaps has to be the move. I was making it anyway. Takes, I assume black takes, white takes, maybe knight c8, knight d6. Right, so in case of queen e2, black will go queen c6 this time. Will not exchange queens, obviously. Yeah, it's still black who is trying. Then this can last for a very, very long time. Stefanova against Hurtsidze. What was the last pawn? Again, I mean, I will come up with the same procedure. How would we access this one? I'm checking when was the last pawn move. H5, because I think ideally what black wants to do there must be something, but wait, takes. The knight is hanging still. I mean, there are many ways for white to emerge with an extra pawn, but is there something better? I don't see really. Probably this should be close to winning, because I also want to grab another pawn. Black still doesn't win the e6 pawn that quickly. Anyway, let's do it other way around. Is there any other possibility for white apart from going rook d8? There is something with knight d7, but no, it doesn't work really. Knight d7, and then knight takes d7 as possible, as well as knight d5 seems to be possible. Takes knight c6 and rook e6. Almost a draw. Yeah, rook d8 played by Tan Zhongyi, and I'm wondering what will be the reaction of Ruth Padmini. This is not really desirable, because white's gonna take, and then not sure if white takes or does not take on g5. That remains to be seen. And then rook b1 wins a second pawn, a b5 pawn you cannot protect really. So after rook to d8, what else do you have? You have rook e7 move, but you are in danger then after knight d7. You might be knight e5 is a threat. You can't take on e6 with neither rook because of knight f8 winning an exchange. You'll have to move the king perhaps, and I'm not sure if you are comfortable doing this. But for some reason I thought only you can move the king forward, but if there is king g7, then perhaps white will lose the e6 pawn. So knight d7 was brave but insufficient. If rook d7, or actually rook d7 is a possibility in a way that black cannot take it. But can black play this little move? Again, I'm not sure. King f6. Then white can, well, black just took on d8. Rook d8, rook d8. But after this, there might be no way back. How do you stop e6, e7? King f6. And then that's what I thought. Takes, probably check, king to e7. But I have another check, by the way. Yeah, which is good perhaps. Check, king d6, e7. Have to stop it by playing rook c8. Seems very close. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, this one is winning. King e6 you have to play, because otherwise knight f6 wins on a spot, so it's second pawn with a check and then at least rook f4. Alright, so this one is winning. Any other move that I kind of keep missing? e7 is a threat. Something like knight c8 perhaps has to be played. Something like knight c8. In this case, right, actually, knight is hanging. I can move the knight, knight d3. Black can't take e6 because he's gonna lose the knight here. But now black will play king f6. I should have played other move. Wait, this knight d7. Maybe that's the way. Preventing king f6. But the risking f5 on the other hand. Once again, I'm not sure if white is winning. Probably not. Getting lost there. I'm getting lost there. So rook d8 takes. Knight c8. How to win this one? So that after knight b6 to come up with something else. Rook e5, for instance, threatening e7. Okay, I mean, if this is possible, then probably white still keeps everything under control. So at least there won't be an immediate draw. And Hurtsidze. That's quite interesting. Hurtsidze still at the time on long diagonal. So Antoaneta is unable to hide it. I think one day you'll have to put it on e3 anyway. Yeah, really, what I would do in a position like that, doesn't matter what black does, actually. Give a check, put the bishop on e3 so everything is protected, and then try to bring the king in some way. Should be possible. And then Sopikon and Harika. This is what happens. After knight e7, queen c3 was played. So Harika first went knight f5, and only then white continued with g4. All right, I assume h takes, and is there any way to sacrifice something? Not really. So you have to go to e7 or d6. Say knight d6, head in there, but then you have to be ready for this kind of transformation. Queen c6, you have no other moves but knight c4, where white takes, black takes, and I'm not sure where the knight is better placed. Is it c4 or c6? Because it stands nicely really on on c4, but it does not attack anything. On c6 it keeps under attack both d4 and b4 pawn. On c4 it's not really doing that much. Okay, it's still far from happening.
you.